Good evening, council, staff, members of the public. We are about to go live, and we are live. Great, technology is ahead of me. Okay, I can confirm that we are now live and call the meeting to order. And I will ask Councillor Thompson, would you please read the land acknowledgement statement tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Be happy to. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are in the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the regular council meeting agenda dated Monday, July 25th, 2022 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Did I mention that Councillor Alcock is with us? She's on Zoom. She's Zooming remotely. Okay, invited and ceremonial presentations, and our first one tonight, who is coming in remotely on Zoom, is Carl Payhapple with our audited financial statements. And Carl, are you there? There.
Does that work?
That works. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present to Council this evening an overview of your annual financial statements. These are the financial statements for your fiscal year ended December 31st, 2021. I'd like to start off with the Independent Auditors Report, which is page 1 of the package, and identify that we have audited the consolidated financial statements of the corporation. These are consolidated because they include not only the township accounts, but also the accounts of the library and the BIA. These financial statements include the statements of financial position, statement of operations, and statement of changes in net financial assets, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, these financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the Corporation of Town of Huntsville as of December 31st, 2021. So in other words, this is a clean auditor's report, which we were able to issue after we conducted our audit. The basis of our opinion is some of the details are as follows. We are required to follow Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. We are independent of the municipality in accordance with ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit. I would highlight that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements, and we are responsible for reviewing, auditing, and assessing the fairness of those presentation and of these financial statements. Some often ask me, what types of things do you do during an audit to make sure that these financial statements are reasonable and fair and present the way they should? And there's some details provided on the second page of our auditor's report. But overall, our audit includes a review and testing of your internal controls and accounting processes, as well as an evaluation of the fairness of your accounting policies that are used to prepare your financial statements. So those are the types of things that we do as part of our audit. Again, this is a clean auditor's report for the consolidated financial statements for the Township of Huntsville. A couple of highlights from the financial statements. Page number 3, which is the statement of financial position. To many, they understand this more as a balance sheet, and what this means is essentially that it summarizes the financial assets that are owned by the township. It summarizes the financial liabilities that are owed, and non-financial assets, the major one, of course, being tangible capital assets. As you can see on page 3 of the package, again, just a couple of quick high-level comments. Taxes receivable were down approximately $1 million at the end of December 31st, 2021, as compared to the prior year. Deferred revenue, obligatory reserve funds were increased as there was significant new development projects that were undertaken, which resulted, of course, in an increase in your obligatory reserve fund. Accounts payable were up from last year, from 6.4 million to 9.4 million, and this was due to the size and number of projects that were ongoing at the end of the fiscal year. The next page of the package is the statement of operations. Again, this summarizes, there's various categories summarized, including that are major revenue categories and major expense categories. Detailed budgeted information is presented to help understand the variances from year to year. As you can see, government transfers increased during the year from 2.1 million to 2.7 million due to additional grants received. Other revenue, as you see, there's detail provided in note 10, but the major component here was approximately 2.1 million in assumption of new roads that were done by developers, of course, but then contributed to the municipality upon turnover of those roads. Page 5 and page 6 of the package are detailed analysis, additional background, net changes in those financial assets that we talked about in the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. And then the statement of cash flow on page 6, again, provides additional detailed background in terms of detailed changes that contribute to changes in cash flow during the year. Pages 7, 8, and 9 of the package are your accounting policies. These accounting policies, we review these accounting policies. Policies are in accordance with public sector accounting guidelines. We review your policies for consistency from year to year. We review your policies for relevance and appropriateness given the circumstances of the town of Huntsville. And we review your accounting policies for comparability with other similar township and municipalities. During the course of this past fiscal year, there were no changes in your policies. These are on a consistent basis, and again, we feel these are fair and appropriate to assist in completing the fair presentation of the financial statements. The balance of the notes to the financial statements provide additional detail. I understand that Reva Frame will be providing additional comments at a committee meeting on Thursday, I believe it is. And those would be my summary comments. I would just, before I sign off, I would just like to thank Julia and Reva and the financial team for their assistance. The audit ran very smoothly and efficiently. We were able to obtain and review documents on a timely basis. Questions were answered very effectively, full disclosure and very good detail. So again, we'd like to thank the team at the town finance department for that support and allowing us to get our audit done on a timely and effective basis. And those would be my highlight comments for the consolidated financial statements and the related audit opinion.
Great. Thank you, Carl. We will pass the resolution for the audited statement later on in the meeting, but before you go, I'm going to ask council if they have any questions. I'm seeing no hands, and as you said, Reva has prepared us a very in-depth report for General Committee on Wednesday, and actually her report's a little bit easier to follow than the financial statements, so I think if there's any questions, they'll come up then. But thank you and your team for the audit this year and for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We are all now at deputations, and we have 4 deputations tonight, so I would like to remind each of our deputations that you have a maximum of 10 minutes, and the clerk will ring the bell at 9 minutes if you're not already done. Our first deputation is coming in virtually as well, Dr. Melanie Marr from the Algonquin Family Health Team. And let's see. Good evening, Dr. Marr. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm not really sure how these things work, so I'll just introduce myself first. I'm a family doctor in Huntsville. I'm the lead physician for the Algonquin Family Health Team and the co-chair for the Family Practice Committee at the Huntsville Hospital. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you what the healthcare crisis is that we're experiencing locally. I'm sure many of you are aware that this is not specific to Huntsville, but certainly we are feeling the same effects that you're seeing in the media sort of nationwide in terms of doctor shortages, nursing shortages, all kinds of human resource shortages, and an increasing population that we have through COVID and through retirement communities as well. We are just struggling to keep up with the demand in family physician work. So I'm here today to offer a motion, which I believe is in the package, and I think maybe somebody else goes through that, but I will just kind of explain to you why I've come to council with this issue. And that is specifically because we are really struggling to care for our community. Our family doctors that we have currently now are maxed out. And as our population is increasing, we're really struggling to look after a fairly large and increasing unattached population. The wait time right now is about 2 years. So if you come on board and you're looking for a family doctor, you're going to probably wait at least that long. And so in speaking to my physician colleagues, we are trying to do our best to care for our community and looking at creative ways to do that, which is the motion that I'm starting off with the town today. And as a background to the, the family physicians locally, one of the attractions of working in Muskoka is that you can come and have a very diverse practice, meaning we can work and emerge. We work in the hospital, we work in long-term care. We've done the vaccine clinics, the COVID center, et cetera. And although that is really an attractive piece for people who want to move here, it also pulls you in a lot of different directions. And so the demands on family doctors are increasing as the workload is increasing. And we're at a point now where we really want to look at sort of temporary measures that we can put in place to look after the people who don't have a family doctor or nurse practitioner, while at the same time we're working diligently to recruit primary care providers to help fill the gap, but that will likely take a few years. So I'm coming to the town to look for support for this. This is what I see as a community problem in that we all need to come together with all different partners, not just family doctors, but the hospital, the Ontario Health Team, and hopefully the town, and find creative ways to look after our community so that we aren't sending all these people to emerge and having some of these people who could be receiving good care and staying well. We're seeing a lot of that in the hospital of people who have just not had care for years and ending up sicker than they needed to be, which is really unfortunate. So I'm hoping that the town will support some planning stages to see what options we have to work together with the healthcare community, including the Algonquin Family Health Team and hopefully Ontario Health Team, to see if we can come up with an idea to support a clinic, which will hopefully, in its initial stages, work to provide care for those who do not have a provider. And that includes those who are being discharged from the hospital and discharged from emerge, who really, when you're working in that position, to discharge a patient into nothingness is quite unnerving and really disheartening to the patient to say, well, I hope I don't see you here back in the hospital again. But there are very limited options at this point for these patients, and we're looking to provide what we can to temporarily provide good care to these people until they can get a permanent provider.
Okay.
I hope that explains it well. Any questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Marr. And I just actually want to take a second on behalf of our council to thank you for the work you did in establishing a COVID test center through the pandemic for us as well. And I know just based on that and the good works that we did as a community there, that there's probably a lot of support at this table to help you with this initiative. But I am going to open it up to council for any questions. Councillor Thompson first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Dr. Maher. You mentioned, there is a shortage now of primary care, primary physicians, I guess. So who would be staffing this walk-in clinic?
Well, so the preliminary thought is to ask our family physician colleagues to help contribute to this. I don't think that we can limit it to that, so I would be hoping to look for locums. We have quite a few locums, fortunately, who have had experience as learners here, who want to come back and kind of try out the community. So it's a good opportunity for that. But we also have the opportunity to look at emerged physicians, Berks Falls physicians. I'm really hoping that we can staff this with more than just the family docs in Huntsville, who are already stretched pretty thin. But if we are able to get this going with enough support, it will be starting off on a small scale, so it won't be a huge demand on family docs to start with.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship, through you, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just curious, when you're talking about patients being discharged from the hospital and going home, I'm sure you are, but I'm sure you're using the avenue of the community paramedic program and reaching out to them to access people going home?
Yes, we are, which has been a really, really great partnership that we've had, and got some very good programs and projects starting with the Ontario Health Team with the community paramedics. But they, of course, are also fairly stretched with the things that they do too. So, if we are able to get town support to do this kind of clinic, I can see that, partnering with these other types of organizations like the paramedics would be able to provide more service and other healthcare services as well.
Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Dr. Maher, for your presentation and everything you do. Certainly, I support this request. My question is, in the past, there have been walk-in clinics in our town that were sort of initiated by groups of family docs who, for the most part, were in the medical center building, but there was one uptown as well. And those seem to have not continued on for some reason. And I'm wondering if you had any comment on that, and has that resulted in what you're speaking to us today about? Because I understand, for example, in Bracebridge, they have a number of walk-in clinics operating there. And no, that doesn't solve the long-term issue of somebody being attached to a family physician, but it certainly can ease our traffic in our ERs during the summer months, et cetera. So,
So in the maybe 17 years that I've been working, the walk-in clinics that we provided have been provided by the family doctors as a whole. So the same group that I would be asking to help staff this clinic are the same group that would have done the walk-in clinics in the past. And they were only run in the summer months to provide service to out-of-town visitors. So there's never been, in the 16 years I've been here, there's never been a full year-round clinic. So, this would be a slightly different approach in that it would be available to our permanent residents to be able to come and see a provider all year round. Right now, I would say that they're either not receiving care, they may be going to Bracebridge, which for some may not be accessible, and some will probably be seeking care virtually through, Ontario virtual services or their own family doctors in the city, which, can be managed for some kinds of things, but not all.
Any other questions? Okay, so Dr. Maher, you're quite aware we have a resolution coming up later in our program, and the CAO will be in touch with you on the success of that. Thanks again for zooming in. I realize you're out of town tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Okay, we are now at our next deputation, and we're into in-person deputations now. So the first one is Lori McColgan on the Clark Lake VORR restricting motorboats. And I'll ask you, Lori, to come down to the table to make your presentation. And you just need to press hard on the button on the mic to make sure it's on. It'll light up red. Yep. Perfect. Go ahead.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm a former campground owner of Muskoka Glens Trailer Park, which is on the larger side of Clark Lake. It is in two split areas, I guess, with a bridge that goes down in between. We took over in 2000 and July 31st. We were greeted with protesters then about gas motors being on the lake. Of course, we're kind of not understanding what they wanted. As time went on, we did. I do have documentation that takes back to 1998 when Nisa Schumacher initially started the Little Clark Lake Cottage Association, and had brought it to council then about taking gas motors off. During that first year into 2021, my husband and I were kind of sitting on the fence on which side we wanted to go. Because we did house a lot of people in the summer to the community here. So do you kind of tell the people that are bringing money into the community that they couldn't put an aluminum boat and a gas motor on the lake? Or do you side with the residents because you do want to be the good neighbor and find an alternative? We eventually found an alternative, went with electric. However, we did keep one gas motor for that safety reason. Again, with a number of people that would come in onto the property and use it for their recreational use. We only found that it put a lot of our campers at ease, knowing that safety was there, having that gas motor, which I'd still like to see today. I did inform in 2019, I'd sold the park, so I did inform the new owner that it's not a legal regulation. It never did pass the VORR back then, because the OPP would have to regulate the lakes, and at that time, our manpower in Huntsville is not large enough under the OPP to have them out constantly regulating the size of lakes that they are. They're quite small compared to Lake Vernon. You've got Lake of Bays, so they're all larger lakes than Clark Lake. And then it was brought to my attention it was coming to council again, and I wasn't kind of really understanding why. Being there 19 years, and even with us taking gas motors off, there haven't really been anyone using it that way. If they do, the lake's automatically regulated for the size of motor and the speed that it could go. I think even back then, John Gallagher was to do water impact, and we only had 5 gas motors on the lake, and they didn't find any issues at that point with shoreline or safety to anyone using kayaks or canoes. It wasn't a huge issue, and it's not a huge issue now. So taking it back to the VORR is making no sense to me, because I'm not understanding what created the issue to want to take it forward. And I think too, those that wanted to take it forward, if they would approach everyone that's living on the lake, would be a little bit better than some of the people on the lake. Electric motors seem to be the way to go. And a gas motor should be there for safety, I think, on both sides. There's a lot of swimmers, people in kayaks, canoes, they fall off, you can't get to them. A lot of them don't wear life preservers, and they should. So if someone needed to get to them, gas motor's a little quicker than an electric. That's my point.
Okay. Thank you for that. And before you go, I'm going to ask if there's any questions from council. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thanks, Laurie, for coming. You mentioned that VOR, did they apply back in 2000, or when you first bought the property before that?
They did. I believe the initial application was to be presented in 99, but they were late, because I believe there's a timeline, like by September, of getting the application in. which they didn't reach that timeline, so they had to submit it again in 2000. And I believe 2001 was when the response came back. To my understanding, town does have a copy of that letter.
Councillor Weed?
Thank you, Your Worship. So really quickly, you sold in 2019?
2019.
And so your interest in Clark Lake as it stands is?
Well, one, I maintain a trailer there still. I was under the purchase agreement to stay on the property. The first would be for 2020 to assist the new owner and the ins and outs of running the camp. And then I also severed off a piece of the property at the top part going into the campground, to which my daughter and son-in-law are building a house.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Stone?
Thank you. So it's my understanding without the VORR, there is no regulation on size or type of motors that can be used on that lake. So what I'd like to know historically, has there been great abuse? Are there sea-doos and water skiers, or are these just putting around fishing?
No, they would just be putting around fishing. If something bigger went in, that would be the ignorance of probably the person doing it, because the lake really isn't big enough to try and water ski on. You wouldn't make it to the other side of, even on the large side of Clark Lake, before you even maybe got up on the skis. Mostly for fishing. I would understand if someone purchased a boat of a larger size and had put it in, maybe to see if it was gonna run before taking it out onto Vernon and getting stuck out there and taking it back out. But most of them, I think, just understand that lake's not large enough. It's just a common sense kind of thing. I do know too, a new landing was put in on the north side of the large side of Clark Lake, that is for persons. I think there's about 11 persons, 5 being on Muskoka Glens Road and about 3 each side of Muskoka Glens on South Wasiosa Lake, that were given deeded access to Clark Lake. That area was always overgrown, so we had allowed them access in to Clark Lake on our side through our camp. Someone had purchased the property at the corner of Muskoka Glens and Wasiosa last year or 2 years ago. And last year, I believe, came to town and had asked for the permits and such, and through Ministry of Environment, did put a landing in. However, they don't have like a boat launch. It's not built that way. It wasn't constructed that way. There is shoreline, but there's, probably 1.5 feet of rocks, and they're sharp rocks, and even to try and take a boat off aluminum off of a trailer and get it in would be pretty difficult. So it's not open to the general public. It's deeded only.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lori, for being here, and I know we have a second deputation on Clark Lake as well, Terry and Lindsay Fisher. Welcome as well.
Good evening.
Just pull, Terry, just pull that mic close to you, just so that the
Okay. Can you hear me?
virtual meeting picks up as well, thanks.
We purchased the property. We're building a house in Clark's Lake. I say I'm living the Muskoka dream. I got waterfront. And, I am sort of opposed to the boat restrictions on the lake. The one of the lake is small, and it is not for pontooning. It is not for sea-doing. It's not for wakeboards. It's not for anything more than a small tinner, 7, 9 horse, throw your dog in it. You go to the end of the lake, you throw your line in it, you do a little fishing. You take your wife, you want to go midnight little cruise out or somewhere, just to your spot. But to say no boating is somewhat ridiculous. Next thing you're going to tell me there's no swimming, then there's no fishing, and then it just keeps going and going. And if you pick one lake, you have to pick them all. You just can't pick Clark's Lake. And you know, I mean, I read about this on Facebook, which I thought was really odd, because I had no idea, no one's knocked on my door, no one's asked me any questions. So, you know, when I saw it, I'm going like, this is really crazy, and I'm not really one to hear that's public speaker really well, but do you know what I mean? I'm just kind of frustrated to the point is like, why Clark's Lake? Like, what makes it any different than any other lake in Muskoka? Any other lake in Huntsville? Like, why do we decide to say no motorboats, no electric motors? What, a canoe? Like, who wants to go in a canoe? Go across the lake, the wind's coming, I'm on my shore because I can't get out across the lake. So, you know, generally that's the idea, and I don't even understand why the town would want to enforce these regulations, because I don't even know, like, who's gonna come out and pull me off my boat? Is it the OPP, is it the bylaw officer? And the same thing, we've had the bylaw officer at our place 3 times because somebody has it in for us. And at the end of the day, you know, we're just trying to build a house, and we're trying to live the Muskoka dream, a piece of property, dog, and the beach. And I don't understand the fact that, why Clark's Lake, I guess.
Hi, my name's Lindsay. I am a resident on Clark's Lake as well. I have lived there for over 22 years, and before that I was a camper since I was 7, so I have been on that lake for 30 years. Originally when I was on the lake, there has been gas-powered boats as well as electric. There was never an issue then, and there didn't seem to be an issue even when the gas-powered boats was agreed to not be really on the lake other than for safety purposes. As Terry said, it is difficult if there was an emergency or something when you're in a canoe to try to get across to the other side of the lake. In the 30 years that I've been on that lake, there has been one very sad accident. There was a death on the lake, and it was in a canoe. It was not in a gas-powered boat or an electric boat. Thankfully, we did have a gas-powered boat to be able to try to accommodate it. There was still the death, however. I would hate to see anything happen like that again, given the fact that we aren't able to accommodate that. Like I said, I've been there 30 years, and there's been well, the other thing is that the reason I was here too is because I was like, I found out about this on Facebook as well, and I wasn't sure what brought this to council, what was the issue with this. And being a resident on council, they have my contact information, and nobody's ever came to my door, nobody's ever emailed me. I still don't even know what the full detail is on what it is. Is it gas? Is it electric? I don't even know. So I just want to be informed about it, to also be able to voice my opinion, agree, disagree, or come to a compromise even. So that's all I want.
Okay, thanks for that. We'll hang around for a minute in case there's questions. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. Lindsay, you've been there 30 years, you say, and now we've heard both sides of this. We've heard there have not been motorized boats on that lake, but you're saying there have been. So what's the history of, in your recollection at least, as far as motorized boats on that lake?
There was quite a few years of small gas-powered boats for small fishing derbies. There was a few years when there was the gas-powered boats when I was on the lake, and they had small fishing derbies that people would just be out kind of in their boat. It wasn't a high-powered thing. It wasn't a race. It wasn't anything dangerous. There was never any issues. It was very respectful, and there was always a cap. People just were respectful about it. It was for fishing, to be able to get from one side of the lake to the other, because it is quite a windy lake, and sometimes a paddle boat just doesn't do it.
Any other questions? Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Terry. I'm trying to get a grasp of the size. So I know you grew up in Utterson. Compare it to Longs Lake versus Clark Lake size-wise.
Way smaller.
Okay, Clark is quite smaller than
Quite
Longs.
smaller, yes.
Okay, that helps me out quite a bit, thanks.
But you're welcome to come out.
Okay, We do have an updated report from our staff later on in the meeting, and we'll be discussing this further, and you're more than welcome to stay, but you can also watch it by Zoom at home if you want, or get alerted to what happens, whatever.
Thank
like.
you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, hang on, guys, just a sec. I forgot, Deputy Mayor Alcock's zooming in, and she has her hand up. Oh, Deputy Mayor Alcock, so sorry about that. You're muted. Your E-hand's up, but you're on mute.
Unmute?
Good. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to unmute, but the host wouldn't let me unmute. Sorry. And thank you, Your Worship, and thank you both for your presentation. I did have a quick question. You both said that no one in the community had consulted with either of you with respect to their proposal, and I have to confess that was a bit of a surprise, because in listening to the other presentations on this, they had suggested, I think, that they had talked to everybody around the lake, and so very clearly you absolutely were not consulted.
Not only was I not, am I allowed to speak? Sorry.
You may.
Not only was I not approached, I had actually reached out to one of my neighbors questioning the details on this, and I had gotten no answers.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more deputation, and Teresa Oliver from Sabrina Park Development Timelines. Hello, Teresa, it's been a long time.
Hello everyone, I'm so happy to see people again. I so missed it.
You will need to turn that one on.
Have I got it?
Yeah, pull that nice and close, Teresa, so that we can hear you.
That better? Should I just get closer to it?
Okay.
So, I don't know why, but I'm old school, and I'm better when I eyeball people and can sense the room. So I really missed human interaction very much. So thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I have some paperwork I'd like to just share. I'm sorry, Nancy, you won't see it, but hopefully you'll see it on the slide. If everybody can just grab maybe to share between 2 or 3 people. Thank you. Maybe this won't shoot around Teresa's side. I will go through this if you can't really see everything, but I think it's just, I'm a visual person, so it helps me to have visuals. Maybe I can, sorry. Oh, these are my reference. Some in the slide. It's just the slide, just in case it wasn't that easy to see. Sometimes I find it's a little easier if you're closer to it. Okay, so essentially, Sabrina Park for me is my poison chalice. And this project is important in so many ways to the community, but also to us as developers for attainable housing. But one of the things that we feel with this particular project is that we need to help you understand the timelines on how come this project has gone beyond expectations, because I think that in many projects I've worked on, I've never had this kind of level of difficulty of navigating certain aspects. And I think if you walk it through with me, you'll understand the reason why I'm here today to talk to you about the timelines on Sabrina Park. So essentially, I'm going to start by giving you a little background on Sabrina Park, and you may or may not know this. Some of this you may know better than myself. This project was originally supposed to be it was a condo application, a subdivision application in 2008, which I guess during the financial crisis, it ran aground for obvious reasons. Many projects did. It wasn't unique. But one of the challenges with this site is, and it's on the first slide, is that if you can switch to the next slide for me, slide manager. The part that I've highlighted in red is really significant to why we have timeline questions on the project. This is a wetland feature. It potentially had some environmental impacts, a fish habitat, but it's also a wetland. In other words, it's a place where there's an active stream in spring, not all year round, just in certain times of the year. But that's created a place where water gathers. And if you're in construction, any place where water gathers is really a hard site to work with, because you have to take away everything that's there and rebuild everything that's there. So just to give some background on this project, how I came to this project was Patrick Craig met with the town in, actually prior to that, I think the town must have started discussing an RFI in 2015. So the genesis of this particular project for council was 2015. And before that, actually, in 2008, when the project didn't go further than its existing status at the time. 2015, I'm supposing the town decided to make use of this piece of land. It's in a good place, why not? And we need the housing. At that time, Patrick Craig made a presentation to the council, or to Julie McKenzie. That was 2017 March, in terms of timeline. So 2015, the town started thinking about this. March in 2017, Patrick Craig does a presentation. June of 2017, Patrick Craig is awarded the RFI. So this is 2017. I meet with Patrick Craig in November of 2017. And the significance here is that several months after he is awarded the RFI, and the reason he meets with me is to discuss the financial modeling of the project and to understand how he would raise the money to develop the project. He hired me as a consultant because this is my background, working with CMHC and raising finance for these kinds of projects. Working in attainable housing is not like traditional housing. It's harder to raise the money. So essentially, with doing some research for him, we ascertained a few very important baseline things. Mr. Craig did not qualify for CMHC finance. And the reasons being that for CMHC finance qualification, you need 5 years of construction experience. You need a minimum of $1.25 million of net worth, your personal net worth, to qualify. For this particular project, he needed $8 million of personal equity because there's no such thing as 100% finance anywhere in the business. And lenders only give you money if you have something at risk, because if something goes wrong, you lose as well. They need you equally yoked in a project. So in construction, there's no such thing as 100% finance. You can only finance, especially in hard money, up to about 65%, and once the project's complete, maybe 85% of a project. So the rest of the money you have to put up. The other problem with qualifying for CMHC was you have to have proven property management experience. So it's not good enough that you can build the project. If you want to keep the project, you have to prove that you can manage it. And you have to have experience that's proven. So the risk assessment at the time, and this was me just meeting the project, or Mr. Craig at this time for the first time, was that it was undoable for Mr. Craig to develop this project. And the project was also in a low-lying swamp area with potential EIS impact, and that the timelines promised to the town and the density were unattainable, and that he did not have the required equity. So fast forward, this is the foundation we come to this project with, and this is 2017. 2018, I've sat and spoken to Mr. Craig for some time and realized there's no way he can do this project. And at that point, I make him an offer and say, look, I'll build the project. You just need to hand over the shares or work with us on the shares. He's actually still a silent partner on the project. But we will help you raise the funding, and we will help you get this project done. And the only reason I did it was I could see a path to doing it. I've worked with complicated projects before, but I could see a path to doing this, and I thought it was a doable project. In terms of timelines, we've had really particular challenges with this particular project. Because it's in a low-lying area, we had to deal with the drainage. But it turns out the drainage wasn't the only challenge. The drainage came along with ministry applications. The drainage also came along with moving an entire drainage system that's a district drainage system, and rebuilding all of the drainage infrastructure. And it also came along with removing a hydro pole. And it seems that the simplest things are actually that ended up being the hardest. In our timelines, you'll see in this piece of paper, we had already submitted the permits for the first 8 townhouses in 2019 of March. So in terms of timeline, I've taken over the project in May of 2018, and by 2019, we've already put in the first permits, the application permits for the first 8 townhouses. To find that we need to find a way to drain the property. Our MOE application for draining the property comes back to us in 2021 November. 2021 November is when the MOE says, okay, this is after everyone's looked at everything. Okay, you can work with this. And already that's a substantial piece of time. But worse than that, the simplest thing is a hydro pole. If you look at this slide we're looking at right there, you see a red line describing the location of the existing hydro poles. And if you look at the ones against Sabrina Park, you'll see that the one hydro pole is in exactly the wrong place. You can't clearly do any movement of anything, including draining the ditches or rebuilding a drainage plan without relocating that hydro pole. It's in exactly the wrong place. And if you have to start moving around that, the depth at which we're digging would make the hydro pole unstable and it would fall over. It's unsustainable. We would not be able to do it. We have to move the hydro pole first. To make a very long story short, Hydro 1 still has not been able to resolve the issue. We have received an email, which I've copied you in on the last page of this document, from Hydro 1 saying that they found a small error in the design they had. There is now going to be a total of 3 designs. One of them impacts the district of Muskoka, and it's still going to take them several months from this point to work with. Our engineers have said to us, we can't do any work on the site until we can remove this hydro pole. So we've been waiting with permits, ready to go with this property, but we can't do a thing. We're sitting on our hands. So this has ended up and resulted in us having timelines we can't control, with third parties we can't control. So as a result of that, I've had to come to council and say, look, this is our situation, and we need to extend the existing timelines. We've had funding waiting for this project. We've got prefab company ready to start prefabbing, but we just can't do a single thing until we have moved one hydro pole.
Okay. And I take it the hydro pole is still sitting where it's
Sitting right where Hydro 1 originally put it. Having said that, it's right from the beginning, this project was a challenge because it's a culmination of drainage, environmental impacts, relocating hydro. Now, if you've ever worked with hydro in the middle of COVID, these people are really incredibly stretched. We had incredible slowdowns in every department everywhere, including we lost many trades on our projects. One of our projects has been slowed down by 3 months, our Highview project, because we had no trades on site. Luckily, we're playing catch up now, but it impacted everybody. We weren't the only people impacted. But of course, this happened while we were trying to do Sabrina Park. The worst part of it is that we are relying on third parties to help us move this project along. And they're just parties I can't influence. I can't change the speed at which they're going to do the work. So we're kind of just sitting and waiting. But the good news is, they're saying a couple months. We've right now got our concrete work for the first 8 townhouses scheduled for September. 22nd of September is the date we're hoping that we can just get these foundations in. So that's our target date. We have a company that's prefabbing the townhouses, the first 8 for us, and they are going to start prefabbing while we're doing the concrete foundation. And the plan is that they will have the structure up in November. We'll have a structure that's weatherproof in November, and we can work on the interior. And our plan to do this, because we can prefab it, is to do it in sections. We're going to do 4 and 4 townhouses. So we'll do the first 4 before November and the second 4 just as winter breaks in April, and have the first 8 ready. But we literally won't be able to do it any faster than that, because the thing that's slowing us down is that we have to put the infrastructure in and rebuild that entire site up till engineered full, so it's solid and we can build on it. And unfortunately, that's just the reality of this particular lot, and we can't move it along any faster than that.
Okay, Teresa, thanks for that. We're well over our 10 minutes, but I am
Sorry
going to
about
go to questions. I know it's a long story. It's been a lot
It's
of
a long
years.
story, yeah, sorry.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Alcock first, and that way I won't miss her.
Unmute. I think she's struggling with the mute.
I am struggling with the mute, sorry, but it's not me, it's the host. The host has to unmute me. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Teresa, for the presentation. And I recognize it's been a long, long haul, and appreciate so much what you said. I 2 quick questions, and that is your reference to the MOE application. So as of November 2021, they signed off, they have approved with the implementation plan going forward, and that's with respect to the wetlands and drainage.
The drainage.
Just drainage.
Yeah, the drainage, the wetlands was the Ministry of Forestry, MNRF, I forget all the acronyms. But they had already signed off on it, so actually it was never the issue with that. It was the ministry for the drainage. But we had already started out and paid money for hydro in April of 2021, if you look.
Right, okay. I just wanted to clarify on that, so that's good. MOE has signed off on that.
In November. MOE signed off in November. Hydro 1 was supposed to give us an answer in May of 27th of May, 2021, and we're still waiting for Hydro 1 to do.
Right. So that comes to my next question, which is, and I certainly recognize the frustration. So if something miraculous were to happen with Hydro and that issue was dealt with,
we're ready to go. We've got funding and we're ready to go.
You don't foresee any other issue that, you know, as you said, the wetland has been signed off, the stormwater management signed off, Hydro miraculously dealt with in some way.
Hydro is the last one. Mm-hmm.
And once that is done, then you can see that the rollout of the first phase, second phase, third phase, fourth phase.
No. So we still have one more issue that's beyond our control. We can do all of the townhouses, which I call phase 1, and we can do a portion of the first building. But at that point, we then run into the next bottleneck, which District, I believe, is working on. But District has a pump house into which this stormwater system drains into, and they have a limitation. They have a capacity problem. They're hoping, I believe the last conversation we had with them, to speed ahead of our capacity and deal with that capacity issue, but there's no guarantee, again, that that will be done. We're desperately hoping. My plan for Sabrina Park is to do more of the prefab construction, so that while we're putting in the foundations, the prefab will be pre-built so that we can go at a much faster pace than we would normally go with any development. But unfortunately, I can't control the capacity of the district. So that would be our next potential hurdle. But that won't get in the way of the townhouses. It potentially gets in the way of the multi-residential buildings.
Which is the bulk, in
Which
fairness, is the bulk of
And
the
actually, to
entire
be honest,
development.
the housing that's most needed in this
Right.
particular project, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor-
And thank you for presenting tonight.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Teresa, have you had any issues or potential issues with getting concrete poured at this point?
Our building in Highview is all concrete, and we at one point were worried we wouldn't even have concrete, but we've already solved that for this particular project.
Solved for this
Solved
one.
for this particular, yeah,
Okay,
we're good for
thanks.
this one.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Teresa. I guess this has taken a long time, and I mean, you know, in developers' world, time is money, and
It's very expensive
I'm
delay.
concerned that, you know, with all these delays from 2017, that this is going to be seen through because of all increased cost of materials, supply chain issues, on top of all the issues that you have here.
To mitigate this,
At what point when is the breaking point come? I mean, I can't believe you're still persevering, but
well,
seems to me it's a lot.
I'm fortunate in that the lenders that have worked with me have known me since the very first building I ever built. So I have that advantage. We have an advantage in that if we break ground now, luckily the market has done some interesting things while we've been waiting. The prices of properties have increased and rentals have gone up. So that actually mitigates it. So it means we can raise more money. So we lose on the roundabouts, but we kind of win on the swings. You know, the sheer underlying market pressure at the moment, and it's astonishing, rents have gone up 30-40% in the time we started this project. So the math, actually, to be honest, is actually more viable now than it was when we started.
So are the units still attainable then if the rents are?
It's relative. It's attainable at the market rent at the time. So market rent goes up, we're at a 10% below market. But that's a good question because my personal concern is we're getting to that place where nobody can actually call this attainable housing at the rate the rental market's going. It's been going, but that's just, it's not symptomatic of just this project. It's symptomatic of rental housing in Ontario.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Teresa. I've been wondering about this project, and so thanks for the update. But I think my question really was asked by Councillor Withey. You know, it basically was, you know, what is this delay meaning with regards to financing for you? And I think you probably already answered that, so thank you.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. One quick question. This dreaded hydro pole that you're going back, what, is it feeding a large area? Is that why?
It's feeding the
difficulty?
building next door to it, which is the district building, the rental building. And so they have to, so the reason why they've come back to us and said this is now 3 projects and it's going to take much more time is they now have to break the single project into 3 projects, one of which is the district, to get the district up to speed with what they have to do. So right now they're trying to communicate with the district, the facilities manager at the district, Drew, I believe his name is. So we're busy trying to connect that dot right now. But we only got this pretty much last week, this update from Hydro, and this is the latest update. And this is actually the only sticking point I have for the townhouses. But like I mentioned, the next sticking point will be the capacity with the pump house at the district. So that's going to be the next bottleneck. So in terms of being able to commit to what timelines we can put up a property, you can imagine that creates problems for me to try and do that. I do in best faith what I think we can achieve, but I'm honestly trying to work around moving parts that we can't control. So a headache, but we're determined to keep sticking at it and do it.
Okay, I know that, again, we're talking about this later on in a closed session, so this is it for questions of Teresa before we get to it. Okay. Teresa, thanks for being
Thanks,
here.
everyone.
Nice to see you in person again.
Yeah, I missed you guys. You can keep the drawings, it might help you when you're having your conversation.
I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the following council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular council, June 27th, 2022, and special council, July 20th, 2022. All in favor? Carries. Oh, Huntsville Public Library Board meeting. I don't really have anything to highlight. We're just ticking along with the business of the day, but nothing exciting. If there's any questions? It's always strange because the minutes are always a month behind your last meeting, so. Huntsville Downtown BIA, Councillor Stone.
Yes, you're right. The minutes are a month behind. So Nuit Blanche downtown, it's not a BIA event, but it was a fabulous event. 6,000 people showed up. You never know what you're going to get in Nuit Blanche, but it's always wonderful. Anyways, great event. I hope you all had a chance to enjoy it. This weekend, there's the Muskoka Marketplace, which is happening downtown, starting at 10 o'clock. It's running all day. Then there's going to be a live concert in Rivermill Park before the movie on the dock happens at 9 o'clock. And the movie on the dock is Pirates of the Caribbean, and you can watch it from your boat, or you can bring a lawn chair down and sit and watch it from the rocks or just right on the dock there. I don't really have anything else to add. We have a motion from the BIA coming later in the agenda, which I will address at that point.
Any questions? Okay. Aspen Community Hall, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Meeting minutes are there. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And I see no hands. Committee of Adjustment, Councillor Stone.
We had 7 applications, 2 of which staff had recommended denial, but after much deliberation, committee felt that those 2 should be approved, and we approved all 7 applications.
Any questions? Huntsville Lake Bay's Chamber of Commerce, Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not much to update. Nothing that I haven't updated you already in the past on. But one of the changes, or one of the additions to the board, is our former MP, Tony Clement. So he is sitting on the Huntsville Lake Bay's Chamber of Commerce board as of a week and a half ago. So it'll be interesting. I think there'll be lots to learn from really, someone with a very broad and differing experiences. So she'll shake things up, I think.
Oh, and what business is ex-MP Clement in?
I think the primary thing he's working on is like international. He's working on international supply chain issues with kind of a mandate to lessen the reliance on Chinese goods, if you would. That's kind of the simplified version of it. But yeah, he's broadened his net, so it'll be interesting to work with him.
Interesting, for sure. Any questions? No? There was no Municipal Tax Accommodation Board meeting since we last met, so there's nothing there. Which brings us to the General Committee meeting. A resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Weeb. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated June 29th, 2022, and the recommendations contained therein be hereby adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Armour. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting minutes dated July 13th, 2022, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Anything to highlight, Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And It was a rather momentous planning committee meeting. We started actually with, we only had 2 items in the public portion of the meeting. The first one being a zoning bylaw amendment, which was approved, but the second one was an OPA amendment, number 1. And it was initiated by the town, and it was regarding the community planning permit implementation tools. So after lots of discussion around that, Planning Committee approved the OPA amendment. And then we moved on to the main part of the meeting, which was a presentation and discussion and eventually approval of the final draft of our community planning permit and bylaw. So we started with a presentation from Pat Lowe's of SGL Planning and Design Consultants, who have basically been stick handling along with our staff, especially Richard Clark, Manager of Planning, the whole development of the community planning permit bylaw. And we did have one deputation at the meeting. It was from one of our planning consultants, Wayne Simpson, who raised a number of concerns that he had addressed in previous public meetings. And a number of those concerns actually had been responded to by staff. Well, in fact, all of them had been responded to, but a number of changes actually had been made in response to some of his concerns. So after a lengthy discussion with Mr. Simpson between Planning Committee staff and with him, we did approve an amendment to the main motion that included 7 revisions to the various maps that are included, proposed zoning maps that are included in the community planning permit bylaw. So we did approve that amendment, and then we also approved the main motion going forward. In doing that, there are still a couple of concerns that were raised by Mr. Simpson that were not addressed, but as I said, we did have a fulsome discussion at committee around those concerns, and primarily around issues of some definitions and new terminology that is in the community planning permit bylaw around development, proposed future development sites. So I thought I'd just mention that. And it also, the second part of our approval, committee approved the expenditure of $15,000 to be used for education and the implementation of the community planning permit bylaw, and primarily to make it really put the new bylaw in language that I think most of us will need to understand it. It's not only planning, but it's a new type of tool that is not being used in all kinds of municipalities. And so we have a double whammy with us, that it's a new tool, and it's also explaining how it works, and it's explaining it to the broader community. So I think that it's $15,000 that will be very well spent, and I think committee agreed to that as well. So other than that, we approved one site plan on Meadow Park for a number of townhouse units, and under previous business, we also approved the proposed plan of subdivision. We recommended approval to the district for the proposed plan of subdivision of Black Forest Development on Lake Vernon, which includes 3 back lots and 10 shoreline lots. And we also approved the proposed zoning amendment as well. And that was our meeting.
Great. Thanks for that. Are there any questions, council? Seeing none, all in favor? And that carries. Have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that staff be authorized to advertise for a one-year contract planning technician position immediately as outlined in Report Development 2022-125. And further that the resulting additional unbudgeted costs in 2022 for planning, salary, wages, and benefits be funded through the Planning Policy and Projects Reserve. And further that the additional salary, wages, and benefit costs for the position in 2023 be funded through the increased planning revenues, with the remainder being funded through the 2023 general levy. And our manager of planning, Richard Clark's here to talk to this. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. I'll figure this out one day. So thank you, through you, Your Worship. The report before you addresses the matter of staffing within the town's planning department. The report describes the planning department's roles and provides information about the continued challenges being faced in fulfilling the town's responsibilities in this regard. The report provides statistics for application numbers for 2022 to date in comparison to previous years, showing application numbers are increasing. Also of note is the increased volume of inquiries our department has been experiencing and responding to of late. This increasing trend began during the COVID-19 pandemic with lockdown restrictions, and the resulting increase in real estate transactions as well as higher than normal development interest has continued. The trend appears to be continuing. The current staff complement for the planning department consists of 1 administrative assistant, 1 planning technician, 2 planners, and myself, the manager of planning. As I've noted to you previously, increasing development pressure, application complexity, real estate transaction activity, and general inquiry volumes in the town have placed heightened demands on the department's small team. Huntsville is a growing community, and this translates into increased work for the department. The workload continues to be a challenge, and it's increasingly difficult to fulfill all responsibilities effectively, despite having skilled staff in place. To address current staffing needs, a contract planning technician position is recommended, and this position will work with planners and administrative assistants to address increased inquiry volumes and assist planners in responding to pre-consultation requests. The ongoing need for this position on a permanent basis and other departmental staffing needs moving forward would be reevaluated in 2023. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, are there questions? I didn't see what hand went up first, so I'm just going to start with Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Richard. I believe I've asked this question in the recent past concerning this, your department. Is this enough? I feel that you need more with what's been coming through the door and what we're hearing from builders and developers out there. Are you sure you don't want to ask for more?
Well, I'll just start by saying it's enough for right now, but we will need to reevaluate it. So we will be in 2023 coming back, and I think we'll have to talk more about what's needed at that time. So, and then obviously if Director Maxwell has anything to add, I'd throw it over to her.
Director Maxwell?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have spoken in the past about waiting for the community planning permit to be in effect and then evaluating at that point whether or not the staffing that we have in place is sufficient to handle the applications that we're seeing. So we are hesitant to look at anything else right now. We'd like to see the CPP in place for a few months and see how it's working before we come back and say, yes, we need more people. But thank you for the question.
Follow-up?
Just quick follow-up. You know, there's this philosophy where you ask for more to get. Anyway, I'll let that hang. Thanks.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in what you described is, the heightened development and there's more competition, there's a lot going on. Do you think that a one-year contract might be difficult to attract someone to come for 1 year if, the housing is the state that it's in, et cetera? Might that be a challenge?
It might be a challenge. I think we're going to be going to the market, I think, with an advertisement right now for a planning technician to fulfill an upcoming leave due to a maternity leave. So we'll be going out regardless. And I think this will allow us to try and fill 2 positions. So it's good timing from that perspective. But it is a challenge Ontario-wide to find planning staff, and also a challenge to find people to come up to Muskoka, our neck of the woods. So, but I think everyone's facing that challenge right now, and I think a junior position is a good place to start. It's also a good place if it becomes a full-time position. You think of succession. If you can train someone at a junior level, then maybe they'll be around to work with us at more senior levels. So I like it as a good response for right now.
That's thoughtful, thanks. I fully support it.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the recommendation, Richard. The question I have, though, is with the third clause, and that is the position in 2023 be funded through the increased planning revenues. What are you basing the increased planning revenues on? And I'm just questioning that simply because of what's happening in real estate lately. And I'm sure you've factored all of this in, but I'm just wondering what you're basing that increased revenue on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question through you, Your Worship. So we did include some statistics in this report that looked at application numbers to date this year. So based on intake numbers, we have, it's our belief we're going to be increasing in terms of applications over previous years. So that's part of it. And we're also looking at changing our process, as you know. There would be potentially more applications for under the community planning permit system that we'd be looking at. Different costs, of course, and we're taking a report forward on the fees that would be required for those permits, but it looks like application numbers are on a steady increasing trend, so that's why we can say that.
Follow-up?
Just a follow-up to that. So, thank you, Your Worship. So, Richard, based on that, I mean, I saw the figures for 2020, 21, and 22. So, is there a lag into 2023 with what the applications are this year? Is that going to lag into 2023 and impact on the revenue?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Probably a dumb question.
I don't know if there's a lag. I think we've been experiencing just steady growth. So I'm not anticipating that there'd be a lag. We are going to try a seamless transition into the new process as much as we can. But yeah, I don't think I'm thinking there's going to be any lag. And then if Director Maxwell wanted to add anything?
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one. Mine was along the same lines as Councillor Weeb's. I'm just thinking with staff retention nowadays and someone leaving on maternity leave and then a part-time position, that a full-time job might have more meat to it, and maybe we'll get some better applicants. But you answer that one. Thanks.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Richard, for bringing this forward. I know that we constantly have conversations about, do we need more help? Do we need more help? And I think that, as Councillor Withey alluded, that the the developers, the builders, but also the general public. I think we need more help. So I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to serve the community. So good luck with your hunt.
Richard, my question is about your finances at the end under operational, and if you have approximately $30,000 for the balance of this year, which at best case scenario, you might have somebody in place for a third of the year, and yet you're only looking at $76,000 for a full year. Is that $76,000 for 2023 just the budgeted amount less the planning revenues, or is that the full amount?
Thank you. Good question. Through you, Your Worship. I will have to defer to either Kirsten or I don't know if it would be Julia or Reva to help with that one.
Julia?
Sorry, just wanted to understand the question. So you're just asking if the full year cost is the 76,000?
Yeah.
It is, for that staff person, yes.
I don't see any further questions. All in favor? That carries. Thanks, Richard. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Weed. Be it resolved that committee approve the license of occupation for Condominium Corp. 11, 15, and 33 to recognize the existing canoe, kayak, storage, and swim dock on the road allowance and shore road allowance located between Lot 25 and 26, Concession 1, Chafee, in accordance with the license of occupation policy, Development 10, conditional on receipt of outstanding fees for years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 be paid. The condominium corporations provide the necessary insurance as required by the town. The condominium corporations cover any legal expenses to ensure the license of occupation is binding on the condominium corporations. All licensed structures must have appropriate approvals, i.e. building permits, removal of all objects stored in the road allowance save for the licensed structures. Jessica.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. The condos at Grandview traditionally had access to the waterfront through Grandview Resort. When the resort was closed, this access to the water was no longer available. In 2013, the condo corporations entered into an unassumed road allowance improvement agreement to make improvements to the road allowance leading to the water. In 2015, the condo corporations again approached the town about constructing a swim dock and a storage area for canoes and kayaks. At this time, a license of occupation policy was not in place, and the dock policy did not allow for this use. Staff brought a report to committee to determine if they wished to provide an exemption. As a policy was not in place and standard license was not in place, staff were directed to prepare a license to be reviewed by council for consideration. The matter was deferred and not finalized. In the meantime, the condominium corporations built the swim dock and storage area and began submitting the yearly fee. However, for the past several years, the funds were not accepted as a license was not in place. Prior to issuing a license, staff look at the option of selling the lands if it complies with town policies, including the official plan. The official plan speaks to retaining road allowances leading to water if this is the only water access in the area. This is not the only water access in the area. There is another access point at Golden Pheasant Park, which is 900 meters away. However, this road allowance adjacent to Grandview is appropriate for open space and recreational use. In addition, it has adequate trail, water, and road access site available to the site. And as such, staff are recommending approval of a license of occupation at this time.
Thanks, Jessica. Questions, Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Jessica. Just a couple quick points and then a quick question. There wasn't an overview of a map here, but I'm sensing this is the strip of land between Grandview and the end of Golden Pheasant?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So if this is granted, will anybody be able to use the stock, or are they gonna plaster it with no trespassing?
The public is still able to access it.
That's good. So I would hope, and I'm trust that you have made that clear to them, because I sense that somebody might raise issues about insurance on our dock issues or whatever, and nobody else can use it, like we've had in the past on places like Row Road and places like that. So, yeah, I think this is, I support this as long as they know that it's still public, and that's made clear. Thanks.
Any other questions? Jessica, just looking at the pictures that you took, how much of that storage area will they have to remove? How much is, there looks like a lot of kayaks and a built structure down there.
Yeah, so we'll be asking them to remove just the loose items, and they can retain the built structures.
Okay, and that's not on the actual road allowance, or it's not on the access part?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? That carries. Thanks, Jessica. Have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Weed. Be it resolved that staff be directed to procure the following town-owned communication towers as outlined. 40 Florence Street, a 180-foot guy wire CSA tower inspection, antenna audit, and structural analysis. 387 South Mary Lake Road, Port Sydney Fire Hall, a 96-foot self-support tower inspection. 169 Medill Church Road, Public Works Yard, 96-foot self-support tower inspection, and further that the amount of $14,000 be taken from the working funds reserve, and further that staff be directed to report back on the inspection results. Ian?
Thank you, through your worship. So we are dealing with 3 towers that are owned by the township. So one is at the fire hall, one is at Medill, and one is at the top of the hill at Florence. The 2 that we're dealing with, the smaller ones at Medill Church and at the fire hall, they're both self-supporting towers. We're going to go through and do a physical inspection of those towers. That's something that's recommended that should be done every 6 years. We know that we are out of spec at the fire hall by a few years, and at Medill we aren't able to find any records, which puts us many, many years out of spec on that particular piece of equipment. So this inspection is a physical item. They climb the towers, they tighten up any bolts, they review any members, review for rust, things like that. So it just gives us a report back of where we're at on those particular units. More complex is the tower at the top of the hill. So there is an inspection component, so it's the same thing. They climb the tower, inspect the paint, inspect the electronics, they inspect the bolts, things tying that down. Once that's completed, they will also do what's called an antenna audit. So that is to meet CSA certification, especially if we wish to down the road open up the facility for further renting, further revenue generation. And what that does is they actually review every piece of equipment that's on the tower. They verify the size, they verify the model. They go back to the original engineering diagrams that are for that tower, and they define what is the load. So if we're at 10%, 20%, 80% load, that defines the additional dish capacity that we can have on there and make available to rent. It also allows us to go out to any vendors. If there's something left on the tower, it's not supposed to be there, we can have that removed and opening up again, more space on that tower. And it's also going to assess age. That's unfortunately one of the records that we are not able to find. We know that the space was provided to MTO in 1962 to put up a tower. We know that, I believe it was in the 90s, it was confirmed that there was a tower. We have a large gap of time in there where the tower is installed and we have no records on. So that's part of it, is establishing that as well. So that is what those funds are to do. It sets us up to a position again. So we know what we have in place, what we need to be budgeting for going forward, and what our rental possibilities are in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. Thanks. I'm just curious what the Florence Street Tower is used for. I can understand the other two. So.
Thank you. Through your worship, that tower currently is used by the fire, so that does shortwave radio at the top. Also on the tower is Lakeland, has some links. For their components, there is a path from that tower that heads down to the large tower at Port Sydney that's just behind the school. That is also used for fire communications to pass it off to the Port Sydney tower. and it is also used by the town. This is how the wireless links now occur between our town hall, library, Summit Center, Medill, and the fire hall. That's what's used on that tower right now.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Ian, I'm a little confused here. How many towers are we talking about? I see a 40-foot guy wire tower, or pardon me, a 180-foot guy wire tower, sorry. And then I saw something like on Florence Street, and then a 64-foot, as well as the other two, Medill and Port Sydney. How many are we talking about here?
So through you, Your Worship, we are dealing with the 3 towers. So the large one, it's at Florence, and the 2 smaller ones. We did identify that there is that smaller one on Florence. Through some additional work, we confirmed that the smaller one is not on town property. However, that is a guy wire tower, and 2 of the bases for that guy wire do sit on town property. We have seen previous reports where it was recommended that that tower should be brought down. And we are going to reach out to the property owners and have that discussion to see about getting that removed, certainly from a liability standpoint. But we are not going through the inspection because the tower itself is not on our property.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Councillor Withy.
Thanks, Ian. My question was around this mystery abandoned tower as well. It's almost like one of those ghost ship things, you know, like maybe it says it's not in great shape, but would there be any use for it if there was an option to acquire it and get it into shape, or probably not? Are we sort of towered out?
Through Your Worship, the answer is the inspector said it is definitely at end of life, so it would be definitely a replacement. Based on its current location and off property, anybody who wished to put something on that tower, if we were to try and remarket it, it would be best to actually be placed on our Florence Street tower, our large one that will get inspected. It has the capacity. We will be looking at adding additional power to it. We've got the extra buildings. It is configured and ready to take additional equipment. I don't see any value in retaining this small one.
Bullock?
Thanks. Yeah, okay, that's great news. On the large tower, have we ever been approached by Bell or Rogers for co-locating some of their equipment on something? Because that's pretty high up in the sky up there.
To my knowledge, the answer is no. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of history here, so I can't speak to that specifically. But certainly we have had other internet providers and things like that reach out to us. And we have not done anything at this point, but this sets us up to be able to open up that conversation and have those discussions with the organizations.
Make some money.
Ian, I don't know what a 196-foot tower looks like, but I'm assuming the Florence Street one is the tallest tower up there at the top. And I walk by that, and there are people up there climbing on it on a regular basis doing something. I don't know who they are. It's also as secure as Fort Knox up there. And if it's ours, I don't know who secures it, but there were just new gates put in and everything. How is it that we don't know anything about this tower and we own it?
Through Your Worship, we're just going back through historical documents, and Tanya was gracious to help me out and do some research, and the documentation that is found is what we have available to us on that. But
We don't even know who's up there climbing on it on a regular basis, and I mean, it's a regular basis that they're up there.
So the Lakeland is on the tower, so they do have some equipment there. It's both in the building, and we're aware of that, and there is currently a contract in place with a monthly charge for that. And then the fire is on there, so they may have groups that are up there climbing to inspect their equipment. And then through IT, we've also had teams on the tower as well, inspecting our antennas, plus the installation on that. And if we reach back to 2019, there was also some cleanup work done. So just before COVID, there was a contract in, so some deprecated equipment that was further up the tower was also removed. So that was also a number of days as well. Outside of that, I know that they have put blocking equipment on there, so to minimize that, so we meet CSA standards with regards to limiting people's access to the tower with the plates. There's all fall arrest equipment that's on there from a security standpoint, or safety standpoint as well for anybody who is climbing.
I think through our inspection, we better find out who all is on there and who all has access to it. I suspect there might be more people on that tower than we think there is.
Through your worship, that's distinctly possible, and I think some of the wording I was presenting, if we run across that, is if it's not identified in label, which is a request we've already made to Lakeland, is that it will be removed. There will be a point where we will remove it if we cannot identify it and we cannot trace it and we can't confirm it's live to equipment.
All in favor of the resolution? Carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. A resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Weed. Be it resolved that council direct staff to work with the donor noted in report Ops 2022-28 to determine the terms, conditions, and required use of the donated capital. And further, that council direct staff to retain the required services to plan and design the permanent washrooms to be funded from the Working Funds Reserve. And further, that staff report back to council seeking approval of the final cost and funding source for the project. And further, that council direct staff to install portable toilets in Rivermill Park to provide additional washroom facilities to those currently located at Town Hall between the time the Coldwell washroom lease expires and the permanent washrooms are constructed. And further, that resolution 141-22 be hereby rescinded. Tarmo, some good highlights, I think.
I've only been here 5 months, and I think that's 5 months of washroom talk at council. All right, so shortly after I was directed by council in last month's meeting to do the detailed costing of the Kent Park kiosk in terms of using that as a permanent washroom facility. A donor reached out, having heard what the town was looking at doing potentially as one of the options being building a permanent washroom. They heard the story on Hunters Bay Radio, reached out, and is willing to donate capital in the sum of up to $300,000 to be confirmed for the building of a new permanent washroom. So the bottom line here is it would necessitate using portable washrooms to bridge that time gap. There's no point in spending money on the Kent Park kiosk, I would suggest respectfully to council. And yeah, there it is.
So, well, I'll go to council first. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Tamara, when we talked about this, the first thing I asked you are the legalities of an individual making a donation of this kind for public usage, and maybe you could elaborate on that for us.
So the town has had at least one donation of this nature in the past, and the structure has been set up to receive that type of donation for this purpose.
Councillor Stone?
So this isn't one of those sexy donations where you get your name on the side of a building, but this is so much wanted and needed. I want to kiss this person, so I hope we can soon know who it is.
Through you, Your Worship, at this juncture, we're just maintaining confidentiality until we work out all the terms and conditions of the donation, and hopefully shortly after that, if the donor is willing, we will make the name public.
Councillor Vermer?
Thank you, Worship. Through the Tormo, I think this is great news. I'm just curious if, do you have any preliminary numbers on what it may cost? If it's up to $300,000 for that, where we just come up with the extra money on that to continue building it? Do you have any preliminary numbers, like what it would cost to actually put washrooms in there?
Well, the total cost, so the original cost estimates, sorry, through you, Your Worship, the original cost estimates for a permanent washroom structure were between $200,000 to $250,000, but given the actual inflation on building materials and contractors and so forth, I've boosted it to $300,000 as a round number, but we do have to quantify that.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. North side of the parking lot, I think I failed orienteering. Is that east, or like left or right?
Depends on where you're coming from. If you're coming in from Main Street, it's straight to the end of the parking lot.
Okay, close to the band shell?
Past the band shell, there's a stand of basically mostly evergreens with buckthorn underneath it, kind of building a wall.
Okay.
And behind there, there's an empty space.
And we're looking at guiding sewage and pipes and everything to that area.
From the
correct?
street above, yeah.
Perfect.
All in favor? That carries. A resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Weed. Be it resolved that council approve the budget deviation of $23,744 for the completion of the pickleball courts, incorporating the design changes requested by users and addressing structural ground issues at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park to be funded through the Park Land in Lieu Reserve. Carmel?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the work that was done, that's been completed so far at the Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park for the pickleball courts, it was a design build by RNS Construction. RNS recommended to us a cost savings measure of removing fencing. That time it wasn't clear what they were doing exactly to save the money on fencing, but it included changing the orientation of the courts from the user group desired north-south to an east-west orientation, which for pickleball is a big deal around the sunrise and sunset times when the sun is on the horizon. In speaking with the contractor today and doing a site visit and a little bit of an inspection there with some of our park staff, when we're looking at it, the actual horizon is blocked quite significantly by trees on all sides, so that during those time periods the sun isn't too much of an issue. However, we do work with our user groups, and in working with them, they're adamant that north-south orientation is an important one. The original cost was going to be coming slightly under budget at $30,000. That was thanks to the savings in terms of fence line. The work to reorient the courts and drill new posts, dig out the old ones, cap them, so on, was going to have a round total cost of $50,000, which would put us just that $23,000 mark over budget.
Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Tomo. I, too, was scratching my head about this orientation issue because having seen the site myself, it's completely surrounded by trees. So what your suggestion is that we negate any savings we had, and that's removing a fence on the perimeter of the what's the
Through you, Your Worship, there are a series of fence or a fence line within the actual pickleball courts to separate, I guess, the ends of the courts.
Okay.
That the fence line has been moved, and what we did was we moved it along along the width of the courts, so that we're doubling the length of the fencing now if we were to realign the courts.
Can I
follow up?
Yeah, I just kind of, I'm still scratching my head about this because it sounds like we've provided these courts and now they're complaining about things that don't really exist.
Through you, Your Worship, we've been doing our best to work with the user groups, and there are a number of people who within those user groups have some professional experience building courts, at least by their own admission, and they're adamant that the orientation is very, very important to them. I did not put the third option on there, which is basically just to continue the build as is and incur hopefully no additional costs.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the trees was a question that I had on my mind the whole time, because if they're tall enough and robust enough, the sunrise, sunset is totally a moot point. So after this discussion, I don't know that I'm now suddenly thinking that the unnamed third option is the option I would prefer at this point. That sounds like the smartest move at this point, just from a taxpayer perspective. We seem to have it in hand, and it was coming in under budget, and now it's been sort of being wrenched away, from us. So I'd like to see us maybe look again at that third option. I'm not sure what procedurally how that goes, but I'd leave it up to committee or council to weigh in on as well.
Deputy Mayor Alcock, I do see your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Tarmo, for the presentation. I hear what other councillors are saying, and but when I was looking at your note, you made reference to the additional funding for $23,744 for the completion of the pickleball courts, incorporating the design changes requested by users and addressing structural ground issues. So I wondered if and addressing structural ground issues, is that something that's a direct consequence of the orientation, or is that a separate issue?
It is a separate, sorry, through you, Your Worship, it is a separate issue, but it does add to the total cost. So the additional work that needed to be done to actually position the pavement in amongst those trees included additional locates because of the proximity to the gas line. So there's a heightened sense of awareness of what's under the ground there as you start to dig and change the soil and put in these spikes and the foundations for the actual nets and fencing, which go down about 4 feet into the soil, which requires kind of caution there.
If I may, a follow-up, Your Worship?
Sure.
So again, so that is kind of a separate item from the orientation.
Through you, Your Worship, that does bring the price up, but it together with the reorientation pushes it over budget as a bundle, as opposed to if we separate out those additional costs, we should be coming at just, if we weren't to reorient it, it would coming in just at or under budget.
Okay, so it is, all right. So it's the orientation that's taking it above, it's taking it to the 23,000.
That's correct.
So, Tarmo, help me understand, because I went out and paid a site visit today to see just how in the world changing the orientation of these courts were going to cost 23,000. And when I got there, I understood it much better. But what I didn't realize is what you just said now, that this change is actually costing us $50,000. The 30,000 savings in 23. We are talking about each court has 2 posts to put their nets in. These posts are in the wrong place currently. So we need to change 8 post holes. And how changing 8 post holes is going to cost $50,000 is just beyond me. So somebody's got to help me understand how changing 8 posts that hold the nets is going to cost $50,000.
Your Worship, I will do my best as a non-contractor on this one. The contractor has to cut out a 3-foot by 3-foot square around where the post support goes into the ground. They have to dig down 4 to 4.5 feet to dig out where the post goes in, repack aggregate under there, and bear in mind this is with asphalt that's been completed, asphalt work that's already completed around it, so they have to do it carefully without damaging the asphalt and aggregate that's already there or disturbing it, repack it, repave it, and then they have to drill the new holes in the new plate in the correct spots for the realignment.
Again, it seems like a lot of money to me, and I think I'm with Councillor Wiebe. I'm not sure it's worth reorienting the course. I might have been able to eat 23,000. I can't eat $50,000 to change the orientation of these courts. Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I want to just go back to what we were talking about earlier, and that is the third option might be to just stay the course. So staying the course means the posts stay where they are. Nothing changes. The grounds don't change. We don't have to do any remedial or any additional groundwork as it stands.
Through your worship, no additional groundwork to what's been done today.
Basically, as it stands, we can keep sailing through, and our budget will be probably, you can finish that sentence?
Through your worship, probably on budget.
Probably on budget.
Not $30,000 under budget, which is where apparently we are now.
Well, so we were until the fence line got changed, which added to the costs.
So-
The fence line has already been changed.
Sorry, if I could just carry on for a second. So the fence line, was that a request, or was that something that, like, help explain why that was done? But that's staying as it is, right? It's been changed, there's no unchanging it.
Right, through you, your worship. Here, so with the courts in their original alignment, the big cost savings with fencing is that there was no fencing required because the courts were running the width, which they're set up to do today.
Right.
Through working with the user groups and hearing what their desired alignment of the courts were, a fence is required to separate the back ends of the courts.
Right.
This is all new information, your worship, since we were out on the courts earlier today. And that fencing has been placed already, which brings us to budget because they drilled all of those holes for the fencing along the middle of the line.
Since I was there this morning, they've done that?
No, those were the fence posts we saw through the middle of the courts, your worship.
But that was the short fence.
That's correct,
So
yes.
the short fence instead of the long fence should have been a savings. Are you saying the long fence was put in
There
and
was
then
a-
we made it short?
Your worship, sorry, there was supposed to be no long fence there. There was never supposed to be a separation between the sides.
And there still isn't?
No, it would be along the ends of the new courts. If I could draw this out for you, it'd be a whole lot easier. I apologize. Got it all up here.
If I may?
You may.
Okay, so I would put it on the floor that we would continue. It would be the hypothetical option 3 of carrying on with the project as slated, and as it's coming in, looks like on or slightly under budget. I'm comfortable with that.
I think the clerks are drawing up that motion. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, not being a pickup ball player, but coming back from other sports I've played, like lacrosse, hockey, I know how important the dimensions of the surface you're playing on makes a difference. So that orientation may be good today, which is perfect, but if it happens, a windstorm comes along, trees fall down, it changes the dynamics of the whole court. It could change the game itself. But I understand $50,000 is a lot of money, and I'm not saying, I'm just saying that this is a one-time build. I'd hate to have to come back to this table in a few years and trees are down and user groups are asking us now to change the orientation and costing us $150,000. So, just one thought.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I guess, or maybe I'm not understanding, orientation meaning where the sun hits, so some players are gonna have sun in their face and some are not when you're playing, so at a disadvantage to one versus another, is that what we're talking about technically?
Through your worship, yes, that's the point, is that, and it's only at 2 times a day where the sun becomes an issue in the player's eyes.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hate to flog a dead horse here. I'm still a bit confused. I know we're referring to the orientation request change request as being a $50,000 item, but what I'm hearing is that it's actually a $23,000 item. Not to say that that's not a lot of money, but if we didn't have the orientation request, we'd still be dealing with the fencing hole ground issue, which takes it to at or just below budget. So we don't get the $30,000 savings. At the end of it, this third option doesn't give us the $30,000 targeted savings. Is that correct? So in essence, it's the orientation issue is not a $50,000 one, it's a $23,000. Or am I misunderstanding it?
Tarmo?
Through your worship, you're not misunderstanding, that's correct.
So,
Right, okay.
So for
Appreciate.
clarity, right now, the way the court's set, if we do nothing, we're basically done, and you're saying we're at budget. And if we change the net post, basically, because everything else is already done, it's going to cost us $23,000 more.
Yes, your worship, that's correct.
So there's no ground issues, there's no other fencing that we're dealing with anymore. We're just down to where the posts are.
That's correct, your worship.
I have Councillor Thompson, and then I'm going to read the resolution that's moved or amended.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a council, we were slayed on social media already over these pickleball courts and the cost, so I have a tendency to agree with Council Armour, in for a penny, in for a pound type of thing. The user groups do have, whether it's a great argument or not, I'm not sure, because again, I don't know how many pickleball players that we have around the table here, but they seem to be fairly adamant about the alignment of it type of thing. So I'm a tendency to agree with the recommendation as it is. So.
Tarmo?
Your worship, I don't know if I can send this to the clerks to be projected for you, but I found a diagram that may help clarify some of the questions and issues around it a little bit easier visually as opposed to trying to pour my head out here through a microphone.
Go ahead, Councillor Schumacher.
Sorry, and then I guess one last, which is kind of on topic, but not really. Is this impacting other ones we're building, like the Spring Creek in Port Sydney? Are we gonna have to reshift things there, or is it all good there?
Through your worship, everything seems fine in Port Sydney.
Is that diagram going to Crystal, or?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
We'll proceed. Okay, sorry, your worship. I'll proceed with I'll try and proceed with an explanation here.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering if we can forward this to council so we can enlarge it a little more and read the writing. And it's a $23 decision.
Your worship, it should be momentarily in council's inbox.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Tarmo, I'm just curious, what type of trees are those around the court? Are they evergreen, or are they?
Through you, your worship, it's a mixed deciduous forest with both evergreens and deciduous trees in there. So there is a mix of hardwood and evergreens within there. Most of the trees to the east and west sides are 80 to 100 feet. That is according to the contractor. That's not my estimate. So when we're looking at the when we're looking at the picture photograph there, the roadway on the right-hand side of the courts, that's the entranceway into Macaulay Robertson. On the opposite side of that roadway, opposite the pickleball courts, are the ball diamonds. That is on the east side. The roadway is on the east side of the pickleball courts, the west side being the trees, the little thicket there of woods. So what Arness Construction in their design build had recommended we do to not require any fencing within the courts, not around the perimeter or the outside of the courts, but within the courts themselves, is to align the courts in the east-west orientation. So that's left to right across the blue area. Okay, so the courts run left to right. Everyone with me here so far? Okay. The user groups would like a north-south orientation, which means the red cross that's in there, the short red line that's going from left to right through the middle of the blue area, is a fence line that prevents it's a backstop to the courts, so that I guess pickleballers don't hit one another if they're on the courts. What we have done so far, what the contractor has done, is he's laid in those posts for that fence line. So that left to right short run, the posts are in that fence line at this point. The orientation of the courts remains in the east-west orientation, left to right across at this moment.
Councillor Withy?
So just to continue on, the change that the pickleballers want is they want the long axis to go this way on that diagram. So this is prior to changing alignment. So the long axis goes this way, the whole blue thing shifts that way. So
Through your worship, the blue part remains as is. So the courts, instead of going left to right this way, the courts would be changed. There would be one court in each quadrant there.
like we see?
Yes.
So this is after the alignment change?
Yes.
So before.
The diagram is deceptive in
Oh,
that it's not really, it doesn't really
Not
look like a rectangle when you're out there. The courts can actually be placed 4 courts in either
So they go-
direction.
okay.
It's just where the
I was
posts
just
are
getting
already
there
built.
that they must
Yeah.
have been stacked up the other way,
Yeah.
like rather than 4 and
My apologies, Your Worship, is what I could do on fast notice here in terms of pulling up a diagram.
That's all right. All right, if there are no further questions, Councillor Stone?
Well, I was just going to say that when we approved this originally, there was only one bidder, and the price was exorbitant, we thought, but we went ahead anyway because the demand was there. And with the trees all around, I'm not prepared to pay another $23,000 in order to change it at this point.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've had a change of heart too, after just looking at the orientation and where it would be located, because I was thinking it would be further up, closer to the ball diamonds and the parking lots, but this is really a heavily treed area here. I cannot see where the sun's going to be a problem. These are big trees. This is that area where we talked about, I think, initially about maybe having a curling rink there or something at one point, did we not? Yeah. So I've done a change of heart. Let's save that to 23,000.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. The money part isn't asked. My problem is with the trees. I just hope we don't run into the same issue we had in Port Sydney with the evergreens and causing the court to be slippery and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that won't happen. I don't know if you remember the history from Port Sydney.
Through you, Your Worship, I was actually one of the first things that I addressed when I got here in terms of the cutting back of the trees around the Port Sydney courts to allow more sunlight and to dry it out and more air movement. With these pickleball courts, despite having the very 80 to 100 foot trees that provide, ample shade within that square area, it's cut back much farther than Port Sydney. Actually, the cleared area is much larger than what the courts are themselves. So if you think about the blue area as being the courts on that diagram, the green area, it pushes just beyond the green area in terms of the clearing around it. So it should not be an issue.
And there's no discussion about location of the courts, it's only orientation. The location is not changing at this point, so. Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, through you, your worship. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Councillor Stone and Thompson. If, though, the user group themselves could go to a group and get $23,000 and they're willing to come up with that, could they then, if they did it soon enough, would the...
Through your worship, I'd have to look into that. I don't know what the answer is, other than knowing that they would have to do it extremely quickly.
Yeah, okay.
You know, if somebody played ball at the Macaulay Robertson ballpark, if you play at 10 in the morning on Diamond B, it's lovely. If you play at 7 at night, you can't see the ball because the sun's setting. It's sports. It's why we have sunglasses and visors. Seriously. Deputy Mayor Alcott, last word to you, and then we're going to read
Just
a
a,
resolution.
thank you, your worship. Just a very quick question. When the pickleball courts were first proposed, can someone remind me, the user groups were consulted on site with respect to the orientation of the pickleball courts. Am I correct with that? That's my first question. And the follow-up to it is, I can't remember, Carmel, what you said as to why the orientation, given that there was an agreement as to what it was supposed to be, why it was changed mid-project development.
Through you, your worship, the user groups were consulted, and the former Director of Operations and Protective Services did work closely with the user groups to take the input and make sure that it was in the design. It was, there was a design drawn. However, as Councillor Stone did point out, there was only one bidder for the project. And in that one bid, it became a design-build project. And the contractor, when he came in on site, having seen the layout and having seen the treed lot, and having seen that other municipalities had also run in a north-south orientation in similar circumstances, recommended to us that we move to that north-south orientation to save ourselves a few dollars on fencing.
Okay, I have a resolution. Oh, sure, thanks. Hang on, the clerk will bring the resolution up for us all to read.
Oh, cool.
Moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Withy, be it resolved that staff be directed to notify the users the design changes as requested at Macaulay Robertson Park be denied. That's the amendment. And further, that the courts continue to be built as is. Questions? All in favor? And that carries. Therefore, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Withy. Be it resolved that staff be directed to notify the users the design changes requested at Macaulay Robertson Recreation Park be denied, and that the courts continue to be built as is. All in favor? And that carries. So this is just happening now.
You did your best.
Okay, just before we go to new business, and I'm sorry, Margaret, but I know some of council needs a bio break, so we're going to take 5 minutes, and we're going to wait for the Zoom to end. Okay, and we're back. And we are at new business, and we received a letter on our new road names from the Historical Society, and Margaret, I think, is going to address some of that for us.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Under new business, you see the letter we received. We received that through notice we provided in the newspaper and on the town website. That was following General Committee recommendation from the June meeting before passing a bylaw to name private roads. Since we've received that, I've spoken with the Historical Society representative and provided a follow-up to them. I'll read that aloud here to share that information. So we, of course, acknowledged receipt of the letter. We also offered information for detailing the meanings of the road names. I'll list those out here. Winfield Court was named after John Winfield, who was an original landowner in this area of Utterson. Collins Court, after Mr. Collins, who owned a blacksmith shop and a hotel in Utterson in 1879. Montroy Lane was selected from the road naming policy, Appendix A, under Group D for casualties of war. Chow Ha Circle was named after the property owner's late father. Tang Lane, also named after a property owner's late father. Suncrest Lane, named for the geographical location reference for the eastern sunrise. I shared with them that the various road names were submitted by the developers along with these descriptions that I've just read aloud. I indicated these are all private road names. They'll be private ownership and privately maintained. They were reviewed against our policy and our practices. All road names, as indicated in the report, go through the road name review process. I also shared with the group that more information will be provided in a future notice, maybe to refer back to that staff report, so when the public reads a notice, they can refer to the staff reports that will include more detailed information. At the end of the conversation, their concerns were more towards town-owned and town-maintained roads. In hearing that these road names were for private-owned and private-maintained roads, their concerns were alleviated at that point of being private. So I wanted to share that with you.
Great, thanks for that, Margaret. Are there any questions? Okay, so, and we will be addressing these through bylaw tonight, which actually we're at bylaws right now. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2022-87 to 2022-103 inclusive be reported and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed this 25th day of July. Tanya's going to put them up. On the screen. And we did the 6 different road names with separate bylaws in case there was any discussion on any of them, so. Otherwise, we will highlight that the community planning permit bylaw is there and the official plan amendment number 1 is there. Any questions? All in favor? Those carry. Okay, previous business, Clark Lake VRRO, verbal update. Tarmo, you're back on the hot seat.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I started the application process for the VORR as directed in the last council meeting. The the federal government in Transport Canada in their VORR package, when you're putting together the application form, has a checklist of items that you must complete. And it's bolded, underlined, says must, and without it, it actually says that the VORR will be denied. One is community consultation, and it has to be complete consultation, and with respect, letters of support from an interest group does not necessarily fall into the category of complete consultation. There are a number of property owners with deeded access to Clark Lake that haven't been consulted on this, in addition to the delegations that we heard this evening. So there are a number of considerations in the consultation process that we should be looking at. The other part is consultation with First Nations. That is a requirement of any federal government regulatory addition, and this falls into that, and it does squarely in that VORR package say that, have you consulted with First Nations and Indigenous peoples affected by this? We have both the Huron-Robinson Treaty as well as the Williams Treaties, which I've done a lot of research and reading on. There are 7 First Nations that we have to directly consult with before moving into kind of VORR. So that's just the consultation portion of that. As for the rest, it would be just completing the documentation to state the reasons why the VORR is going in place. And I just based on what's been given to me in terms of information from the concerned residents, it's just basically going to be that the residents don't want gas-powered motors on Clark Lake. There hasn't been any other reason put forth other than the environmental impact of the gas-powered motors and the safety concerns. And I have no record of any safety issues on Clark Lake. I have spoken to the detachment commander, Staff Sergeant Mark Allison, and there's nothing off the top of his head that he recalls related to Clark Lake. And with respect to the environment, under the Muskoka watershed reports, it's not listed as a lake of concern in any way under environmental impact. All of that information needs to be forwarded into the application. Just truthfully, it is what it is. And that's where I am with it today. I can have the application finished by August 1st, but and submit it as is.
Councillor Withey?
So with what you've just told us, though, it would immediately get rejected because all this consultation hasn't happened. Was that the gist of?
Through your worship, I would assume that would be based on the documentation and the information that I have from Transport Canada, then it would be rejected based on that.
Quick, is the consultation, who's responsible for that? Like if the group that's pushing for this, if they wanted to take that on or wanted that to happen, could they be responsible for it, or is it the applicant?
Through your worship, I would have to confirm with Transport Canada, but it clearly states that the local authority, in this case the town of Huntsville, is responsible for that consultation and holding those consultations.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple concerns that maybe not everybody has been consulted, especially when we hear about the deeded access to the back lots. But my primary concern is consultation with First Nations. I've been a member of the malt group through the district and all of our Indigenous neighbors, and we have spent a lot of time talking about duty to consult, and the last thing I would want to do is to do something of this magnitude without following the process that's been outlaid there. So I think that's very important that we do that piece. I don't know, I mean, I know that the last meeting, we talked about getting the application in so that we didn't lose a year, but if for all intents and purposes, it may come back to us anyways, maybe we should just do it right. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship, and I don't know if you can answer this question, Termo, or not, but in discussions in deputations this evening, there was talk of a previous VORR application, which I don't think any of us were aware of, and how far through the process did it actually go?
Through your worship, that's new information to me this evening as well, and I've been kind of digging it up and trying to find it. Transport Canada does have a listing of all of the VORRs that have been issued on all lakes in Canada. I mean, you can narrow, obviously, the search down, and then there are 7 different types of restrictions that they'll put on it, and then you can go through what those restrictions have been. What it does not talk about necessarily, what I have not been able to find, are failed VORR applications in any kind of listing there.
We should be able to search our records for anything with relation to any previous VOR application, so shouldn't we, or correspondence?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, I looked through everything, and what I found I provided to the director. I could find in history where they came to council or committee, they chatted about it, they wanted it, council or committee did a motion for it, and then nothing.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Your Worship. In the VOR process, Tarmo, you outlined what was required, but does it require complete compliance with every landowner, property owner on that lake to go forward with it?
Through you, Your Worship, the duty is to consult. It's not to get a consensus or an agreement among all owners. That's not a requirement. It's to hear all sides of the story, to fill in whose needs are being met and not being met by the placement of that VORR.
I see. Okay,
Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Alcock, you've got to come back to the table.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Very quickly, I just wanted to reinforce what you said. I think that listening to what Tarmo's update entails, I think with respect to duty to consult, the comments you made about our Indigenous consultations is critical. And if from the sounds of it, Tarmo, you're saying that with respect to those consultations, it is something that the town of Huntsville would have to take the lead on. We couldn't ask anybody else to carry out those consultations. And if that's the case, which I can imagine it is, then certainly that is a really critical piece. And I don't think it would make any sense to submit an application that's not complete, for sure, given everything you just said.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Worship. So just to remind Council that there was a resolution passed at the June Council meeting. It didn't specifically state a date. It did indicate that staff begin the application process to apply to Transport Canada to have the vessel operation restriction regulation passed on Clark's Lake, including conducting all necessary consultation with Indigenous people from whom such restrictions may impact treaty-protected hunting and fishing rights. So just to be clear, there was never a direction for staff to have this completed for the August 1st deadline date this year. It directed staff to proceed with the necessary consultation. So we will certainly advise those individuals that expressed interest in the application that it will not be meeting this year's deadline. We have to complete the consultation process. So just for clarification.
Council comfortable with that? That we'll continue on with our consultations and the application won't be filed for the August 1st, 2022. Okay. Does anyone on council, has council had a change of heart about doing it, period? Or are we comfortable with continuing on? Councillor Withy?
Given that what we just heard from the CAO, that it was a June decision of council, I would venture that there would be no way that those consultations could have been completed between then and now. So, and the fact that there's no specific date for filing put on there, and yes, they were anxious to get it in this year, I'm comfortable with just leaving it on the books and letting it run its course.
Anyone else? Okay. That's great. Thanks, Tarmo. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the following amendment to the 2018-2022 Council and Committee calendar adopted by Council Resolution 4720 be hereby approved. Accessibility Advisory Committee, Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, canceled. Committee of Adjustment, Wednesday, November 9th, 2022, canceled. Planning Committee, Wednesday, November 9th, 2022, canceled. Questions? All in favor? That carries. Have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Armour. Whereas a request has been received from the Huntsville High School staff regarding bus passes for their World of Work class students, and whereas Huntsville High School staff have identified the knowledge of using the transit system as an important life skill for their students, and whereas Huntsville High School staff have noted that a semester-based pass would be beneficial to their World of Work class students, now therefore be it resolved that a semester pass, one for September 1st to January 31st, and a second for February 1st to June 30th, be created for the HHS World of Work class students for a cost of $100 per semester each. Councillor Stone?
So is this only a certain segment of the students of Huntsville High School? Because I would be happy to offer this to the whole of high school.
Councillor Armour, do you want to speak to this? I think you put it on the
Yes,
agenda.
thank
Should
you,
have gone
Worship.
to you first.
Yes, I was, staff from Huntsville Hospital, or from the high school actually reached out to me. They have a group of students, 8 to 10 students each year. They're part of this workforce, and they're teaching them life skills, not only in high school, but also out in the public. They found it cumbersome trying to buy a pass every month, those 10 pass permits, so they approached me and asked me if there's someone we could do a semester pass for them. So I know there's some thought of giving it to them for free. They don't want it for free, they want to pay for it, but they're just trying to make it easier for them to do it. So I don't think it's something for all students. I think it's just more for this group of people, these 8, 10 students.
Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Worship. Is the math the same? Not that it matters. Is it the same cost?
Pretty much the math is the very same,
Yeah.
same cost, but since our conversations and putting this on the table, they'd come back to me saying it's a little bit different for them because of holidays at Christmas time, et cetera, and they've had to ask me to amend the motion, so I have an amendment for it.
Okay.
You're amending the motion that's here?
Yes.
Oh, do tell.
If there's no other question of this, we'll entertain Councillor Armour's amendment. Just out of curiosity, is this a pass that's only readily available during school hours or any time for them?
Currently, they buy the 10 pass permit, so I believe it's just used for school purposes.
I have an amendment moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Armour. Be it resolved that the amount of $100 be struck out and replaced with $80. And would you like to speak to that?
Sure. After consultation with the instructors or the teachers there, they said that the $80 is closer to what they're actually paying right now. Because of holidays at Christmas time and stuff like that. So it was closer to what they actually budget for.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to note that I was eager signing those things, and it was actually Councillor Armour's mover, and I was the seconder. I just signed the wrong line, but I do support this fully.
All right. Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess it begs the question that, is there season passes for anybody if somebody, like they do with parking at the hospital, for example? You can buy I mean, why not this available to every student if they wanted to pay it that way, if it's the same amount? I don't know. I don't know if it's an issue that needs to be raised or what. Just a question.
Thank you, through your worship. That's probably something easier for Tarmo to answer. But I'm not sure of the cost. I think students pay right now $1 per trip, I think. So I'm not really sure what the ridership's like.
Tarmo, do you have anything to add there?
Through your worship, it's straight up math to say the number of rides per year, so it could be offered more broadly. We haven't looked at that. I do have it in my mind to bring forward recommendations to council to have a look at something similar to, but not necessarily a transit master plan, to talk about changes to the transit system, and seasons passes and longer passes and so forth could be considered at that time.
And the clerk has pulled up here, there is a monthly ride pass for $52.50 for adults, and there is a monthly ride pass for $25 for students right now, plus your single tickets. And so we can certainly revisit that at any time, but let's do the one we have on the table now for the world class. All in favor of the amendment? And that carries. And the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that as well carries. Oops, I signed the wrong one. I should have signed that one, sorry. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the draft audited Town of Huntsville Trust Fund financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2021, as prepared by Pahapel and Associates, be received and approved. Questions? All in favor? That carries. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the draft audited Town of Huntsville Consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2021, as prepared by Pahapel and Associates, be received and approved. All in favor? That carries. A resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Weeb. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Huntsville approves the form of a draft bylaw and franchise agreement as provided to Council on July 25th, 2022, and authorizes the submission thereof to the Ontario Energy Board for approval pursuant to the provisions of the Section 9 of the Municipal Franchises Act. Requests that the Ontario Energy Board make an order declaring and directing that the assent of the municipal electors to the draft bylaw and franchise agreement provided to the Council on July 25th, 2022, pertaining to the corporation of the Town of Huntsville is not necessary pursuant to the provisions of Section 9(4) of the Municipal Franchise Act. Well, Clerk, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. This, we currently have this agreement in place, as I have attached for you. It's 20 years old and is coming up next year. So they actually get these done 8 months in advance, and that's what is before you. We met with the Enbridge staff, Director Maxwell and I, and our Legal and Agreements Coordinator, Jessica Boyce. And they basically said that this has been to AMO already, and it is what it is. So it's past this. This is not really something and we can modify because it's pretty finite of the motion that they need in place for their purposes.
Questions? All in favor? That carries. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone and seconded by Councillor Weeb, whereas a request has been received from the Downtown Huntsville BIA for them to purchase, maintain, and install umbrellas in Kent Park. Now therefore be it Council approve the request to purchase 3 umbrellas for the 3 seating areas in Kent Park, and further that the Downtown Huntsville BIA work with the town staff for the securing of the umbrellas at 3 sitting areas. And further, that the Downtown Huntsville BIA develop and implement a plan to set up and remove umbrellas on a daily basis. And further, that the Huntsville Downtown BIA develop an inclement weather plan that includes identifying days when umbrellas will not be available and urgent removal of umbrellas in case of unexpected high winds. Councillor Stone.
So at the last BIA board meeting, the BIA recognized, as well as members of the public have recognized, that there's little or no shade at this time in Kent Park because the trees are still saplings. So the BIA just wants to help fix the problem. So they're prepared to purchase the umbrellas, manage them by putting them out and taking them down. Staff recognize that wind can be an issue with large umbrellas, so staff will work with the BIA to tether them so they don't fly away. But I think this is a wonderful gesture from the BIA.
Questions? Councillor Schumacher.
I guess, I think this is a great idea, sorry through you, your worship, and fully in support. But it does lead me to a bigger question of all of our parks in general, and I did sort of pull aside our Director of Operations for a bit. I've been approached by people in Utterson and Port Sydney area where we have playgrounds, and you have, with climate change happening right now, grandparents are the ones that are doing a lot of the care, and they're out there in the sun watching kids play. And we have a number of parks and areas that there isn't necessarily a shade complement to our park system. And so, again, I know maybe not right now to bring this forward, but some conversation around what is developed when we look at parks. Maybe Director of Operations can answer that piece, and then maybe it is a little conversation that we have at this table down the road or the next council just to kind of bring forward.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question I have about this motion, this request, it's council approve the request to purchase three. I don't see a dollar amount in this whole thing here, and being in the market for a new umbrella at my place of residence, I know that there is a very wide range of pricing on these things.
Councillor Stone.
It's the BIA that will be paying for it. The town is not paying for any of it. And I suspect they will be at least 9-foot wide umbrellas.
Yep.
Thank you. I see that word them in there now. Apologies. Was there ever any thought given to perhaps putting in a larger tree in this area, a larger shade tree? Perhaps not right in the middle, but a little to the back that might, be significantly bigger than the saplings that were currently put in there.
If you're asking me?
Would you like to answer that?
I would love to see that. The public would love to see that. I believe the cost is exorbitant, but I think we should ask staff to look into that.
I think probably the fair answer to that is we had trees spec'd for both Main Street and Kent Park, and I don't think anybody really knew if it's a 9-meter tree, what a 9-meter tree is, or a 6-meter tree. It's pretty hard to look at engineered drawings and understand what size of a tree you're getting, but a replacement is always possible. Go ahead.
I did a little research myself, and I found out that you could get a readily available 20-foot maple or oak delivered for under $1,000 from a nursery in Ontario. I spoke to them today. So all we would have to provide on top of that, it was $950, would be obviously HST, but we would also, it would come in a big spade truck. You've seen those? We would just have to have a hole dug for it, and they could plop it in. And that's and that is a trunk of about this big at the base. So just throwing that out there.
Okay, we're dealing with the resolution before us and the umbrellas, all in favor. And that carries. And Councillor Schumacher, I probably should have responded somehow to your suggestion, and I think it is a good suggestion, and I think that, as you say, maybe shade should be something that we consider whenever we're developing or redeveloping any of our parks, especially ones that young kids use, and good idea for sure. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Whereas on August 31st, the United Way Simcoe Muskoka will be hosting a documentary film, Flood, the Overdose Epidemic in Canada. And whereas opioid use and overdoses have been a major concern within communities and organizations, and whereas the event will provide the opportunity for residents to learn and understand the effects and possible solutions of opioid use, and whereas the event will be taking place at the Algonquin Theatre in Huntsville with free admission to the public, now therefore be it resolved that council approves a sponsorship amount of $2,500 for the event, and further that the funds be taken from the following areas: grants to others $1,000, and the Community Health Care Reserve $1,500, which has a balance of $9,500. And apologies to council, because this request came in a little while ago and kind of got lost, and we didn't have a chance to really prepare anything about it and bring it in time to either do a sponsorship or not do one by the show on August 31st. But just by way of background, Lake of Bays is also doing a $2,500 sponsor and sponsorship, so. Councillor Stone?
So this $2,500, is that in kind so that we can provide the theater, or is this just money to them?
This is actually a sponsorship grant to them. The theater costs for this show, it comes in just as a movie, so it's very minimal if you look at our fee bylaw for theater usage for a movie. So this is a cash grant.
Thank you.
All in favor? And that carries. Okay, and this is our health resolution, moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. Whereas the unattached patient population in Huntsville is currently estimated to be around 1,700 and continues to grow with more people relocating to Muskoka. And whereas it is anticipated upcoming primary care retirements could potentially leave more of our community without care. And whereas these patients are not receiving preventative care or chronic disease management and are not only suffering worsening health outcomes, but are required to seek care in our ER department and hospital, travel out of town, or rely on virtual care services which can be suboptimal or inappropriate. And whereas our local doctors and nurse practitioners are working at a near maximum capacity, and the consensus is that practices are full and are unable to continue to take on more patients at this time. And whereas the ER and hospital inpatient numbers are increasing with sicker patients, and whereas hospital doctors are overworked trying to manage care for these patients with no follow-up in the community, leading to readmission, and whereas temporary measures are being investigated to address the care of unattached patients and other healthcare needs of the community, and whereas contributions from community partners will be required to make these temporary measures feasible. Now therefore be it resolved that Council fully supports in principle the work that is being done to implement temporary measures to address the pressures that are being experienced in primary health care in our community, and further that the CAO be directed to continue to work with appropriate healthcare partners to determine the level of contribution required from the town in order to support this initiative. Questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I really like this idea, but I guess I'm just a little confused as to, it seems a little nebulous in some ways. The temporary measures, I don't know if Dr. Marr, maybe I missed it, I don't know if Dr. Marr identified what those temporary measures might be, other than, you know, the process of getting our present medical staff and doctors involved in this type of thing. But there's no mention here either of real estate and that kind of thing. And is that part of the process that Denise will be involved with this group?
So I probably should have given you a little bit more history. We did meet with Dr. Marr about this a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. And initially, they were looking for some space to open a walk-in clinic, and I actually spoke to the library board about the annex building, and the library board was definitely on side with allowing that, you know, and the trade-off would be that the town would absorb the maintenance costs of the annex building so that it wasn't on the library's dime if you know, we were to provide it. Either that, or if they secured another, you know, commercial building somewhere else, that we might do something in a grant form for them. Subsequent to those discussions, Dr. Mars made arrangements with the Health Hub over at the Summit Center to operate the walk-in clinic out of it for the next 6 months. So during that time period, and that's sort of the temporary measure, so during that time period, our CAO can continue to work with them to, you know, maybe explore again the annex or some other space, but it'll come back to council with whatever they come up with.
Thank you for that, and I have every faith in Dr. Marr. I think that if there's anyone that can make this work, it'll be her for sure, so thank you.
Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Your Worship, and it's kind of an add-on to that. As I understand, the issue with the walk-in clinics that used to happen in the medical building weren't able to continue there because now that the doctors are more spread out, there was an issue with the doctors outside of the building working in the walk-in clinic in that building. So that's what sort of started this whole ball rolling. Thanks.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, through your worship. No, this is a great idea. I'm also wondering, I know with COVID, I think it did shut down. Is the nurse practitioner still using the Port Sydney Health? And we've got that option as well too? Okay, great.
Councillor Armour?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Great idea. I think it's super. I think if anybody's been to Emerge lately, you'll see how busy it is. There's the Emerge department shutting down all across the province right now, so we need to do something, and I think this is a great opportunity for us, so
Yeah.
totally support.
And it'll only help with doctor recruitment to see that we're on board with whatever we can do too. So, all in favor of the resolution? That carries. Council correspondence in your package, District of Muskoka update. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be really quick because I know we still have a number of items left. We had a number of updates, and a couple of ones of real interest were update on the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and also an update on the Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement with the federal government and the provinces, and Ontario just signed on to. And apparently there's still quite a bit to work out here in Ontario. The thing that I really wanted to highlight for our council and our community tonight was committee approved a grant of $55,000 to go towards the newly created Community Land Trust, which everyone knows they did a presentation to our council in the last few months. And the $55,000 grant is to assist the Land Trust with staffing and the development of a comprehensive strategic plan in 2022. And the thing that's really exciting about this is, as council knows, the Community Land Trust, one of the pilot projects that they want to start with is the proposed housing development, attainable housing development on the town of Huntsville's Florence Street property. And at this point, these are ideas, they're good ideas, and the district contribution will certainly help to move a project like this further along. So that was a pretty exciting moment, and there was a lot of support around the Community and Planning Services Committee for that project. So that's what I wanted to highlight.
Questions? Thank you for that. Councillor Withey, Health Services.
Thank you, Worship. I was away on holidays last week, so I wasn't at the meeting. So I have nothing to report, sorry.
Councillor Thompson, Engineering and Public Works.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Our meeting was last Wednesday on the 20th. Had an update on data and analysis on waste management facilities from Director Mack, and quite a comprehensive report on it, actually. Just for information for council, there are 11 landfill sites or transfer stations in Muskoka. We have, of course, just the one here in Huntsville. But interesting statistics were that visits to Stisted, considering the size of our municipality, that we are the largest municipality on a permanent basis, but also, even with seasonal residents, we are probably fairly close to Muskoka Lakes. But we had one of the lowest, actually, visitations to our transfer station at Stisted. To give you an example, visits to Stisted in 2021 were 17,650. But you compare that to Rosewarne, where they had 97,000. And the total of, for the whole district of Muskoka for visitations to all of our 11 landfills and transfer stations was a little over 422,000. One of the points I brought up, and I think Councillor Armour and Councillor Schumacher and Fitzgerald might corroborate this thought that I had with regards to why our numbers would be lower. But I think if you live in Brunel, I think a visit to the landfill or the transfer station in Dwight would be a heck of a lot closer. There are parts of Chaffee, for sure, that it would be closer to go to Muskoka Road 8 if you're looking at Harp Lake, and that particular area is much closer than going all the way out to Stisted. And then if you're in the Port Sydney and South area, then it's not that much further to go to Rosewarne. It's probably closer to go to Rosewarne, I think, from there than it would be to go to Stisted. So those are the sort of the arguments I brought up, and I thought they had some validation. But anyway, I see them nodding their heads, so I guess there's agreement there. And then I asked Director Mack about the changes of the location of our transfer station from Stisted to Medill Church, which our former Director of Ops had negotiated with Commissioner Hahn, and that is still in the works. It's nothing complete at this point, but it's still in the works, and as was pointed out to me, there's a lot of work involved in creating one of these transfer stations because of EAs and that kind of thing. So that had to do with that. One of the other things that we discussed, there will be a slight increase in the cost of water and sewer rates for next year. Basically, what we're looking at for the average household, that'd be a 1-inch line going in, would be around $1 a month for water, and probably the according, or the 1.4, I think it is, that would be for wastewater going out type of thing. So other than that, then we went into closed session, and that was our meeting. Thanks.
Questions, Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Thompson, I was had a meeting with some local constituents this week who had some, and I'm asking if you've heard of this or had some experience. They brought in their water and sewer bills, and they were consistently double what their neighbors were paying, and they've had all kinds of issues with getting their meters read, and their meter was averaged, and then they got a bill that was quite low in April, and then they got informed that their next bill, which was normally around $250, was going to be $1,600.
Woo.
And they came to me because they talked to people at the district, and they said, time to get your counselor involved. So Councillor?
I'm no involved, am I?
I'd like to involve you along with me.
Well, if you connect me with those neighbors of yours, Councillor Withey, I'd be more than happy to look into it for them.
Yeah, it's just it's a bizarre tale. I've got a lot of detail written down. I'll share with you. Thanks.
That is rather strange, that's for sure. Yeah. Be
Councillor
glad to do that.
Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Thompson. Not sure if you guys discussed this, but I understand the district put out notice, and I guess it's more actually a provincial, but they closed down Highway 11, South Mary Lake Road. They're creating a merge lane, I understand, on the northbound. Is there any talk of extending, we were just talking about it over here on this side of the table, any talk of extending the off-ramp portion at South Mary Lake at all? Or maybe Termo has an update, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be above my pay grade for sure. That's Ministry of Transportation, but I agree with you, though. I totally agree with that. The egress and the ingress for South Mary Lake Road has always been scary to me, and I think the result of a lot of accidents there. So, but no, I don't have information on that. Maybe Director.
The district had put it out in regards to just letting people know it is closed, and they are working on it, but
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious.
Here comes Sam over here.
There it goes. Nothing's working anymore. Sorry, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Through you, the work that's being done at South Mary Lake Road is just the addition of acceleration and deceleration lanes to the new MTO standards, so that getting on and off is safer, but there won't be an overpass there. It's going to be staying closed, yeah.
Sorry, yes, I figured that, but there didn't seem to be any work on the coming off piece, just mostly the on-ramp piece, so I wasn't sure. I was hoping it was both, so fingers crossed.
Through you, Your Worship, it's supposed to be both in both the northbound and the southbound directions. They're just going to be working through it systematically.
Okay, finance meeting. We had the auditors there for the district at finance. Interesting that you bring up the water and sewer rates. Unlike Councillor Thompson, I didn't think they were being slightly increased. I thought they were being significantly increased, but then I'm a water and sewer user, so. Anyways, the rates are going up. The district did talk at finance about their inability to get people to read meters on a regular basis, and therefore they had to do guesstimates some months and actual readings other, and that could account for some of the fluctuation of your neighbors. I can't imagine 250 to 1,600. We also adopted an accidental water leak adjustment policy because the fact that they're not reading on a regular basis means the district's not being notified when somebody has a water leak by excessive usage. And so they've created a policy to sort of one-time adjustments in a 2-year period if you do get caught up in that. That's just a little bit about the water and sewer. The insurance, she should have been there, Councillor, with the insurance renewal came in for the district, and there was significant discussion on that. The insurance rates have gone up significantly, and they're talking about signing a 5-year contract on that. But so finance meeting was interesting, to say the least. Council, the airport came up once again, the grass runway. Seems to be discussed at every council meeting. They talked a little bit about affordable housing, in that the project on Veterans Way that we approved a little while ago is receiving the MAHIP program capital funding. I think it's 6 units at $80,000 each. So that'll be some new affordable units in our town. And after that, we had a lengthy closed session at district, which we don't talk about. So, any questions? That's great. Information, Terry Fox Run will happen this year. I believe it will happen live again. And the flag raising is on Monday, September 12th. at 10:30 in the Civic Square, if anybody wants to mark that on their calendar. And we are going to now go into closed session. And after this motion has been adopted, we will pause until the videos, you know the drill now. Moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 9:10 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters under the Municipal Act, Section 239-2, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, confidential report Corp. 2022-66, confidential report Development 2022-109, Craig Developments Attainable Housing Agreement, proposed amendments and update number 4, Section 239-2, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, confidential report Corp. 2022-46, and Section 239-2, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, confidential report Corp. 2022-60, and report Corp. 2022-62. All in favor? And I am not sure whether there'll be any resolutions coming out of closed session, but from the looks of that list, it looks like we won't be out for about an hour. Okay, and we are back in open session, and I have some resolutions, moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the position of Elections Coordinator be renamed to Committee Coordinator and become a full-time permanent position. All in favor? That carries. A resolution moved by Dan Armour, seconded by Jason Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that a one-year contract finance clerk position and related technology operating costs of $2,000 be included in the draft 2023 Town Consolidated Budget to be funded through the Working Funds Reserve. And further, that the 2022 technology capital of approximately $2,500 be funded through the Working Funds Reserve. And further, that the ongoing need for the position on a permanent basis be reassessed prior to the end of the contract term. We have one cost of $2,000 and one cost of $2,500, so which number's right for technology? We have two technology costs, one at $2,000 and one at $2,500. Which one's correct?
I thought one was for IT and one was for a cubicle. Isn't it two units?
Oh, is there an operating cost and a capital cost for
Yes, sorry.
technology?
The one is
Okay.
the operating cost and the other is the capital.
Okay, great. All in favor? Carries. Moved by Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2022-104 be received, numbered, and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 25th day of July 2022. All in favor? That carries. And moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, and seconded by Councillor Armour. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 10:30 PM. All in favor? And that carries.